Okay, we'll open up the exec section. Oh, I don't have my gavel, so. So I guess, just make some announcements so that people who are here might not need to be here. There were some bills that we had already exec and taken care of and sent even to the floor or whatever, and that they still showed up on the list. And those bills, we will not be taking action again. Having said that, there are bills that are on the list that still need their amendments drawn up. And that would be 1241 money transmitters, 1129 proxy voting by condo associations, 1365 biological products by pharmacies, 1227 relative to extending the hours of alcohol beverage sales for on-premise licensees. 1358 relative to contract manufacturers of beer and wine and liquor. Okay.
What happened?
1358. 1227.
Okay.
Yeah, extending the hours. What did we end up doing with that one? We just ought to pass with it. Okay, so that'll just be ought to pass.
So these are bills that you were waiting on the amendment.
Those are the bills we're waiting on an amendment.
And where are the amendments? Are they?
So legislative services. No, it's
So-
not like
so
they've
they-
drawn. They're not done yet. They have
Okay,
not.
So they've all
they-
been requested.
They all been requested. It's just some reason they didn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
waiting on
we're waiting.
these. We're not going to accept them today.
That is correct.
Okay, sorry. So we were-
Okay, so I'm about to finish. Okay, my statement, I haven't finished yet. Okay, so everybody understands what we're doing here. Today, we're going to be doing just what we can get done. So if something is not correct, not right, or we have, some different reflection on what we should do, anything that's a problem, we are not going to take action on it today. Okay, and then we have a subcommittee this afternoon, and then next week, Tuesday, every bill that's laying around is going to get on the calendar. Now, there might be a bill that it did get exec by a subcommittee, but it's on there just to make sure we don't forget it and make sure we got everything, all our ducks in a row. And then on Wednesday at 10 o'clock, we'll have the final exec session. Everything has to be out of committee technically Thursday, but Thursday's a session, so we're not going to be able to do it then. So what my expectation is that we'll at 10 o'clock. There could be some bills that held over from Tuesday, and we'll insert them in maybe Wednesday morning. But at the end of the day, Wednesday. We have to exec everything. Everything has to be out of committee by Wednesday. Okay. Now, you have any more questions, Representative McGee?
I'm not sure I don't know if I got all the bills that you're not doing today. I got 1240.
Does it matter? Will we get there and I say we're not doing them? Doesn't matter?
Right.
Do you really need to know?
You'll go through-
This wasn't for you because you're not. I expect you to stay in your seat. This was for somebody who's in the room waiting for that bill that we're not going to take up. That was who that speech was for.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I seem to have missed the email notice. Which subcommittee is this afternoon?
The I think it's a mixed bag. I don't know. Do you have? Let me have the list. It's a little bit of everything, I think.
I see. All right, thank you.
Okay. So, the money transmitters amendment is not done yet, so we will not take that up yet. Next is House Bill 1444, relative to local regulation of digital mining. And Representative Cole.
Can we read the vote again for everybody?
Okay.
No, I don't mean now. I mean, as we go along.
So, evidently, in the old days where we used to have all the stuff piled in here, Evidently, that was banned. But I did get special dispensation to allow that to be in the room. So I will go get it.
The original vote in committee was 6-0 interim study. Mr. Chairman, I can answer that one.
Okay, great.
It was 6-0 interim study,
Okay,
1444.
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Cole, seconded by Representative Burrows for interim study. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
Bocelli. Yes. Axton. Lily. Whoop, Walsh. Walsh. Yes. Burrows. Yes. Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
And Jack.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
All right, unanimous.
McHugh votes no.
Oh,
Sorry, yes. On interim study, yes.
oh, there it is. You vote no.
No, he votes yes.
Oh, okay.
See what happens when you think you're being funny?
Just trying to ignore him.
Okay. All those in favor of placing House Bill 1444 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously.
What was the vote?
18 to zip. Right, because we're
So
still
that's 18.
down
All right.
2 people, right? Yeah.
Press
Yep.
is not- press is not here.
Terry
Because
is
we
gone,
don't have Terry and
Who else is?
Is he filling- Are you filling it for Grassley?
he's
Yes.
still from grass.
Yes. So,
I don't know how many people it want to.
is-
8, 9, 10,
it's gotta be
12,
nine-
13, 14,
19.
15, 16, 17, 18. I just counted 18.
I-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, everybody in the room. How many people are up here?
Who's missing?
Okay.
Vincent and
It's
We're
18. It's
missing
that,
Vincent
Right.
Terry's out.
But
and
Terry's
we're missing
out.
Terry. So that was with the two. That was the two. Yeah. No, it just what was misleading is that how
Right.
somehow we filled it all in comfortably, and so you
Right.
don't really feel the fact
And their
that two
names,
people are
and their
missing,
names are not on here either.
and the
so I
names are
don't-
not on there.
right.
There we go. All right. Phew. We get through that in 20 minutes. Okay. All right. House Bill 1507, financial services.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Interim study.
Cole. Okay. Great.
HB 1507 was also 6-0 recommended by committee.
And
Interim study.
seconded by Representative Spear. Okay. So the motion is inexpedient to study, interim study, excuse me. interim study. Right. Freudian slip, right? Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on interim study.
Got it. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Thaxton. Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Jack.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18.
The vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of consent, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously.
Who's doing the report on that?
So that one is cold. Okay, next up, 1537, relative to credit card notifications. And who,
That was ITL.
I'd like to make the mo- make-
Representative McAleer made the motion.
I'd be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Representative McAleer, do you, okay,
ITL.
you'll make.
It was
you wanna-
ITL.
But yeah, I
Yeah,
told you I would.
ITL. Okay, all right, so Representative McGuis would like to do it.
I thought he just made the motion.
I know, I was
Whatever
just
you like.
checking to make sure he was awake. No.
So is it McAleer and McHugh?
Whatever-
or-
Okay,
Whatever you
never mind,
prefer.
let's stick with McAleer. Yes, McAleer's great.
And McHugh?
And second by Representative McGue.
Got it.
Even better.
ITL.
That's why you want to do everything in pencil.
I'm following that sheet. that
Okay, that's fine.
we-
But the problem with this was we didn't have too many Democrats because we were only Republicans in the room.
It's
Okay.
ITL.
All right, so motion is inexpedient to legislate. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. The clerk will call the roll on inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Patusik.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
McHugh.
Yes.
Pacelli.
Yes.
Thaxton.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
And Jack votes yes.
Oh. Got it.
Okay, now
That
the
is
vote is
good.
18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1538. Representative McAleer? Inexpedient to legislate. Yep. Okay. Seconded by Representative McHugh. Okay. Any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Patusik.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
McHugh.
Yes.
Pacelli.
Yes.
Thaxton.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Jack.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, 1559, repealing the chapter relative to cash dispensing machines. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative McAleer, moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass.
Okay.
Love repealing.
1559. Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Patusik.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
McHugh.
Yes.
Pacelli.
Yes.
Thaxton. Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. McAleer.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
The vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, HB 1694, relative to establishing committee to study New Hampshire Public Bank. This is 16, okay. So,
Maclear?
Anita, do you want to take this one or you want me to take it?
We're doing ITL.
Yeah.
I make a motion to ITL
Okay.
1694.
Okay, Representative Burrows, seconded by Representative Ammon, moves ITL on House Bill 1694. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post, yes, Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Saxton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
No.
Clerk, yes, Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
No. I mean, yes, sorry. Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
and Representative.
Yes.
Hodges.
Representative Herbert, do you have a problem putting this on the consent calendar?
No.
Okay. All those in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved. So it's Burrows is the, making the motion. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. House Bill 1129, relative to the authority to vote by proxy in a condominium, oh, that, we still need amendment on that one. Okay. House Bill 1127, relative to the meetings of condominium boards and committees. This one ought to pass, and I have Representative Ammon made the motion. You don't, not right, well,
I had 1172 as ITL.
oh, okay,
OTP.
Not really.
yeah,
It's OTP.
it's OTP. What did this one do? Well, okay, so right now the motion is, Representative Burrows.
It was 5 days
Spear.
versus 10 days. Giving a notice of 5 days
The
versus 10
notice,
days.
it was moving out the notice date, yeah, from 5 to 10, okay. All right, so who wants to make that motion?
I'll make
Representative
it.
Spear, okay.
Ought to pass.
Ought to
It's not
pass.
ITL, it's
The motion was
OTP.
out to pass, and I'm sorry I gave misinformation last
Right.
night. Okay,
Seconded by,
it can be me, it's fine.
ought to pass.
Ought to pass. Okay, so this was, all this bill did, it was move the meeting notice from 5 days to 10 days.
The other way around.
Excuse me.
Right. The question is on the 5 days versus 10 days. They can post the schedule in advance. Yeah, it was from 10 days to 5 days.
10 days, all right, it shortens the time.
Yeah.
Representative McHugh.
Mr. Chairman, line 7, a meeting of the Board of Directors shall not include informational sessions held by board members to obtain and compare vendor proposals, including but not limited to landscaping, lawn care, snow removal, septic services, well services, insurance, window cleaning, and common area maintenance, provided that the review and vote on any motions resulting from the informational session. So it's excluding those informational sessions from these meetings. I'm not sure what the committee feels about that. I'm just
Yeah,
pointing out
right.
that it
No,
also does
those
that.
are things that the board should not need to have a time frame in which to have those discussions.
I don't particularly have an opinion on it. I'm just pointing out that it does
Yeah.
more than just the notice.
Okay,
I don't know what the committee thinks.
any other concerns about the?
I had down on my notes, it kind of came down to the urgency. If there was something that they needed to deal with, 5 days notice would be a lot better window if they
Okay.
had an emergency rather than 10 days notice. That's kind of what it came down to.
And we also had words that said that they can post information long in advance of the meeting. So
Anyways,
it's-
right. Okay, so the pending motion is ought to pass. Any more discussion on the motion about to pass? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Daxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clark, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Glabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1224. Now this one I have in expedient to legislate by Representative Spear. Seconded by Representative Ammon.
Okay.
ITL.
ITL.
I guess I'm writing the thing.
You want to speak to your motion?
1 sec.
Otherwise, we can just go right to a vote.
Authorities required to amend the condominium bylaws. Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, gosh, yes is good enough for me.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion of House Bill 1224?
That was a good speech.
Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Daxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clark, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Glabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, next up, HB 1306. I have in my notes now, the motion was interim study moved by Representative Ammon and seconded by Representative Herbert. 1306.
I'm not even on that subcommittee. I don't know.
This is 1306? Well, no, that sheet, I could be wrong. I could have been wrong on my notes.
It is, that's what we voted
what
on.
do you
Sorry,
have?
Subcommittee, interim study.
Interim study.
Right.
This was the one, how to, well, one is the board should be doing a better job in reserving money for capital improvements, but
I think according to my notes, we had a hard time figuring out what this bill meant and put it on interim study in order to give anybody some time to go figure out what it was asking for.
okay. All right. Yes, Representative Spear.
I make the motion, right?
It makes an interim study motion, second by Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay. Interim study. Any discussion on the motion of interim study? All right, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Daxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows, yes. Herbert,
Yes.
Clark, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Glabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Vote is 18-0. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. All right, so I'll do is I'll read my notes and then we can take it from there. All right, so 1357, relative to condominium board meetings. So my notes show that it was inexpedient to legislate, moved by Representative Herbert. Is that what everybody else's notes show? Representative Herbert, are you ready to make that motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seconded by Representative Ammon. Is 1357 inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Yes.
Shelley,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay. 18 to zip. All those in favor of consent, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, we're out of banking and condos.
Hang on,
Okay,
hang on. Whoops. There it is.
all right, on to a new subject, insurance. House Bill 1081, relative insurance payments to ambulance providers. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass
Wait.
1081.
on 1081. You want to write the blurb, but I'll tell you, I'm having the blurb written up for me because what I want everyone to know, and certainly I know there's people in the audience who care very much about how this is going down, is that what the issue is that ambulances are either if they're in network or not have not signed a network contract. So what we're going to say is that in either case, the insurance company will send the check directly to the ambulance company. However, that differential between whether they're in network, whether they have a contract or not, will be that would be determined by the insurance company as in terms of what they're going to send. That check is going to be. And the caveat is that if an ambulance has not signed a contract, is not in the network, is going to get a check that's going to be theoretically lower than the check they would have gotten if they did sign a contract, they still will be allowed to balance bill. And we're going to write this in the blurb so that everybody knows balance billing is not disappearing. Yes, I'm.
I have in my notes that it needs an amendment, so can we clarify that, please?
Yeah. So we were trying to think that whether we need to write this in the amendment, and we don't need to. It's just going to be in the blurb, and that has the intent of the legislation. We didn't need to clarify this. We
It'll be
didn't,
in the
in terms of this in network, out of network situation. And I think all parties are happy with that resolution. Let me put it away. Neither side is ecstatic because this is a compromise. Okay? So the motion is ought to pass. Is the question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Vercelli,
Yes.
Thaxton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, 1094, relative to insurance coverage for pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders. I can't believe I got through that. Okay, Representative Purcelli, second by Representative Burrows, moves inexpedient to legislate. The sponsor asked us to dispose of the bill. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? All right, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when she's ready.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Vercelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes.
Meckler.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Jack.
Yes.
And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1236, relative to the repealing the Commission on the Status of Health Coverage Markets for Individuals and Small Employers. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Burrows, moves to pass. And once again, I get to repeal another statute. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when she's ready.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Matusik.
Yes.
Host.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Gue.
Yes.
Bocelli.
Yes.
Saxton. Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Meckler.
Yes.
Calabro.
Yes.
Gibbs.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan. Jack.
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, the vote is 18 to zip. All those in favor of the putting on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1296, relative to insurance coverage for diagnostic and supplemental breast examinations. I have Representative Burrows.
Ought to pass.
OTP.
Yeah.
I move OTP.
Well, actually, I want to have a little something to do with the blurb and making it clear what we're doing. And
Yeah,
What's
I have
that?
a blurb
He
ready
does have
for you.
breast.
Oh, you do have breast? Okay, yeah.
What?
okay, fine. Representative Burrows, seconded by Representative Hunt.
Oh.
And just be aware that I might be adding a sentence or two to
That's
your
fine.
blurb. Since I can't add breasts to my body. Okay. Representative Burrows, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill is relative to insurance coverage for diagnostic and supplemental breast exams. We're moving, OTP because, we feel that this is essential to women's health care and will actually reduce costs over time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, Heidi. You have to come up and speak to the mic.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to interrupt your executive session. I just wanted to mention that the effective date with mandates, we typically try to have those be January 1st of whatever the upcoming year is.
Uh-huh.
So I was wondering if that effective date could be,
What is the effective date?
the
in there?
effective date, I believe, as drafted was 60 days after passage rather than January 1st.
Oh, yeah, we don't want that.
Rather
Right.
than January 1st of 2025.
Okay, so why don't we put this off to next week and we'll get that done correctly. Okay. Okay, so you're okay with withdrawing your motion at this
Yes, I
time?
withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, House,
Chairman Hunt,
yes.
I had that it needed a fiscal note. Is that not true anymore?
So fiscal notes is something that really has to happen before the process begins. And it's really a decision of the department that the legislation would be referred to generate that fiscal note. Okay, that in this case, it would say that there really is no direct expense to the taxpayers, that it would only, its only potential expense is going to be into insurance. If we decided that that was going to be a very dramatic effect, that really has effect, we do have the right to interim study the bill and send it to the insurance department to have them do a fiscal study, which does cost money to do that study, but that study would then come back with what their analysis of what the long-term impact, the cost being.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one.
We're not,
We're not going to exec this today.
1225.
All right, so next is 1225, relative prescription drug affordability board conflicts of interest. I have here the Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Calabro, moves interim study. Any discussion on the motion of interim study? All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusek,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clark, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0. Interim study.
Okay, all those in favor of placing the bill on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1365, the amendment's not done yet. Next up is House Bill 1571, relative to requiring insurance coverage for glucose monitoring devices for people with diabetes. So I have here is interim study. Okay, from Hunt and Burrows.
Question.
Yes.
Weren't we supposed to be getting back a mandated study from the insurance company as to what this would
Right,
cost?
okay, that's right, you're right. So this bill, this interim study, that in the blurb will mention that this will be going to the insurance department to do a financial analysis,
Okay.
much which I had just talked about a moment ago. Yep. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Is the motion clear, interim study? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusek,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, vote is 18-0.
Can I just clarify, we are gonna really work on that with the,
The department has to, yeah, we'll
and
do
once
that
we get
analysis,
okay,
yeah.
Perfect.
But it is true that that analysis will be, they're doing that over the summer. So
Okay.
this will be, whether we get it in time to make, say, recommend for future legislation.
Okay.
But nothing, it would have to come in as a separate
Okay.
bill next session. Okay. Of all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, 1155, relative to insurance cover for living organ donors. I have, you cared about this bill,
Can we,
Reverend Bullion?
would you,
It was OTP, right?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll
okay.
move on to pass.
Okay, Representative McHugh,
With the amendment, OTP.
second by Representative Bullion, moves ought to pass on the amendment number 0885. Is there any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
All right. Representative Ammon,
yes.
Patusek,
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, the vote passes 18-0. Now, Representative McGee, second by Representative Bolio, moves ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Oops. Hang on.
You get the right. This is 11:55.
Yep, you're right.
Not that I was looking over your shoulder and
Wow.
keeping an eye on you.
Ought to pass as amended.
Okay. The clerk,
Representative, yep.
go ahead. Clerk, close the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries. Vote of 18-0. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1257, relative to contracts between public adjusters and the insured. Representative Purcelli, I have, you made the motion. It's okay, I can make the motion if you don't want to.
No, I was
It's
not
on.
on this one.
What's that?
I don't believe I was
Okay, you were
prepared
not,
for this
okay.
one.
All right, so Representative Hunt, the sponsor of the bill, seconded by Representative Burrows. Moves inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion on the motion of ITL? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh, Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes,
18-0.
vote carries to 18
ITL.
of them. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved. Okay, 1259, relative property and casualty insurance laws administered by the insurance department. So I will move and Representative Burrows will second the amendment 0762. And this is a technical corrections bill, there's a housekeeping bill, and this was amendment just to clarify. I think there was a misprint. Okay, everybody okay with the motion of ought to pass with amendment? Okay, the clerk will call the roll
This is on
on the amendment.
Yep. for 1259. All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh, Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
On the amendment,
Okay, the motion now is ought to pass as amended.
okay, hang on. All right.
Okay,
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
All right, 18-0.
18 to zip. All those in favor of placing 1259 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Moved unanimously, and we're now on to liquor. Okay. First up, House Bill 1135, relative to the definition of specialty beers. I have Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Hunt, moves ITL. Okay. Any discussion on the motion of an expedient to legislate? Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Axton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Motion carries 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1321, relative to repealing the penalties for the sale of keg of malt beverages without a receipt.
I don't remember this one. Maybe I wasn't there.
I do. So tad.
So why do we have an amendment on this? I don't know. Do we- 1, 2, 3. Okay.
it was the amount of fluids. It was 64 ounces.
I think so. Okay. All right. And I have Representative Sullivan made the motion. You ready?
Was it?
Okay, the motion is going to be ought to pass on the amendment 0, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And it was Sullivan and,
And Hunt. That's fine. This is 13, House Bill 1321. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes. You skipped somebody.
oh, Gibbs,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
This is ought to pass on the amendment. 18-0.
19 to zip. Okay, now the motion is ought to pass as amended. So, Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Hunt. Any discussion on the motion?
Oh, there you go. Passes. Pass as amended. All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay. The vote carries 18 to zip. All those in favor of placing 1321 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, 1334, relative to the sale of beer in a refillable containers. Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Sullivan. Moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion of growlers? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusek,
Yes.
Host.
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Paxton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yeah.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0. Ought to pass.
Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. House Bill 1702, relative to oversight of Liquor Commission funding and repealing the Liquor Commission. We have Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves interim study. Okay,
Was it Hunt and Patusek?
Patusek and Hunt.
We skipped over one.
Which one? I guess we,
I'm sorry, hold on, this one.
yeah, that one that should not have been on it. That we already dealt with, that bill. We've already done it. We've already done it. That was an early bill.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is the motion clear? We're talking about House Bill 1702. The motion is interim study. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusek,
Yes.
Host,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1018 is another one of those that still needs to be amended. So we're not taking that up now. Okay, 1076, relative to wine manufacturer alliances. So what, 1076, do we have the right amendment for 1076?
Right here in our packet.
I know, I'm just checking in with the commission. What we have, the number we have here, there's it's two different numbers, 950 and 940. Okay, not 940. 950 is the correct one. Somewhere, not ours. Not ours. Somebody else got that lucky number. Play that on your megabucks today. Okay, so now it's going to be the amendment number 2024-0950H.
Okay. Moved by,
I have my name, so it's Hunt and Bullion. Okay. Anybody want to discuss the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes on the amendment.
Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0 on the
Okay.
amendment.
Now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion of ought to pass with amended? This is Hunt and Bulio. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs, Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0. Ought to pass as amended.
Okay, all those in favor of placing it on 776 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, next up, House Bill 1151, relative to carrying alcohol beverages on hotel premises.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Representative Cole, seconded by Representative Bulio, moves ought to pass on the amendment 0768.
It's also in our packet you got today. Line 24.
And didn't we also move the artist perform the 1582 up to that, inside that bill, that amendment? Is that the one we combined two bills into one amendment? Yeah. Since they were both referring to the same section of the law. Okay. So the motion is on the amendment, ought to pass. Amendment number is
0768.
0768, yes. 8. 0768. Okay, clerk will call the roll when she's ready.
Representative Ammon,
Yes on the amendment.
Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
Oops.
Okay, now the motion is ought to pass as amended. 18 zip. We haven't lost anybody yet.
All right.
Okay, the motion is ought to pass on the amendment, as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Made a mention to 1582.
Yeah,
Is
so-
that now rolled into the,
The intent of that bill is rolled into,
what we just passed?
yes, exactly. So that bill, when we get to it, we'll just interim study it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is 1227, Representative Sullivan. Seconded by, who seconded? Do we have any notes who seconded? Okay, okay. Okay, Representative Sutton, seconded by Cole, moves ought to pass on House Bill 1227. There's no amendment. No amendment. No. We want to give all the fodder to the center, Senate, and see what they do with it.
All right. All right. So I'm
Okay.
to pass 1227.
Correct.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Michelli,
Yes.
Paxton. Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. All those in favor of placing it on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1358, we're still waiting for that amendment.
Did you say ITL on that?
Ought to pass.
Ought to-
Oh, it's okay.
On the last one?
On the last
The
one, it's
last one, yeah.
ought to pass on the last one.
Okay.
This one here is the contract manufacturing beer and wine. We haven't gotten our amendment for that yet, so stay tuned on that one. Okay, next one is 1374, relative to liquor licenses for restaurants. And I have Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Hunt, to interim study this one.
Wait a minute.
1374.
Um,
Yeah, I know. Again, I could have been wrong last night. I know, but I could have been wrong. What's that? Okay. Yeah. What was this one? What does this one do? The mic.
This is changing from 50% to 15%.
Oh yeah, that was
And so we just moved it to interim study.
right.
Yeah.
I was being nice to you.
That was being nice by not putting up a fight after the extended hours compromise.
right.
And it was fun for the rest of us to watch.
Right. So yes, I do want to kill it, but I'm okay with interim study. Okay. All right. All right. So is the question clear? The motion is interim study on 1374, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Petusic,
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Michelli,
Yes.
Paxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Yes.
Herbert, Clerk, yes. Mackler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay, the motion carries 18 to zip. All those in favor of consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? Okay. Next up, House
Put it
Bill.
on consent.
Yeah. Oh,
Or-
didn't I just take that
Did you?
vote? All those in favor say consent, say yes.
Okay. I don't have the right sheet here.
I
That's
know,
why.
that's all right. We'll play the tape back. Okay. House Bill 1380, relative to brew pub licenses. So Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Bullia, moves ought to pass on Amendment 0872. And this amendment just lowers the gallonage from 5,000 to 2,500 to match up what is currently allowable for brew pubs. Any discussion on the motion?
Ought to pass on the amendment.
Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes on the amendment.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post. Yes. Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yeah.
Clerk, yes. Meckler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0 on the amendment.
Okay, the motion now from Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Bulio, moves ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Ought to pass as amended on 1380. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Meckler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
Ought to pass as amended on 1380.
Okay, all those in favor of placing 13A on the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. All right, next up, House Bill 1540, relative to the definitions of full course meals and full service restaurants for the purpose of alcohol licensing. Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass an 0939. Is there any discussion on the motion to ought to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Meckler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. Okay. Motion now is ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion?
Who's making it?
Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Hunt. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Meckler,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs, Spear,
Yes.
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Oh, that we just
Just
did
did
that?
that.
Right, amended,
Consent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Consent.
Okay, all those in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye. Those opposed? That's what I get for jumping ahead. Okay. Next up is House Bill 1582, which we're Representative Patusek and Bulio. We're going to interim study that as a case something were to happen to 1151 on the way to the Senate, or the way to the governor's desk. Okay.
What was that? What?
In other words, the same material, the issue in 1582 is now in 1151.
Okay,
So we're just going to interim study
Okay.
1582
yep.
so that we can discuss it if something were to happen on the way to the church. Okay. So the motion is interim study.
But we're taking this up, yeah?
In another bill.
Yeah. It's not really
We've
specific.
got to make sure that the drummer has a beer before he starts.
Are you planning to kill this?
No, I know. We put it in the hotel. We put it. You can walk around with your drinks, and you can
This is New Hampshire.
you can be a rock and roll star. Still drink. I've heard stories that some bands would refuse to play in New Hampshire because we didn't allow.
There are legislators who won't go out to lunch unless there's alcohol served.
Oh, you think? Somebody's got to maintain the 3 martini lunch. Right? Okay. The motion is interim study. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusik,
Yeah.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yeah.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes,
Sullivan. Oh, he's stepped out. Jack
Yes.
and Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
So 17-0.
17 zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1624, Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Bullion, moves ought to pass. On relative to allowing the distillation of hobby liquors. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? See none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Patusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yeah.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, the vote is 18-0. All those in favor of placing 1624 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved. And last but not least, House Bill 1591, relative to fines for prohibited sales of tobacco. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass on the amendment number 0840. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Last vote was 18-0.
Yeah. Yeah. It was 1582 was 17 because someone was missing.
Representative Ammon
Yes, on the amendment.
on the amendment. Patusik,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Pacelli,
Yes.
Thaxton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
It's ought to pass on the amendment. 18-0.
Okay, now the motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1591. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hunt, Burrows. Clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended.
1591.
1591.
Okay. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Post, Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Bocelli,
Yes.
Axton, Walsh,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Herbert,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Maclear,
Yes.
Calabro,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes,
Sullivan, Jack,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes. No, it was, yeah, 18 zip. Okay. 18 zip. Who said no? Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. And we are now out of exec session. Thank you all very, very much. How many bills did we do?
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
No, like,
10,
you have the
11,
blurb.
12, 13. Great. Okay.
Six of them. You didn't recognize me for this motion.
Okay.
There were six blurb. Six.
Okay. Thank you.
I just sent you what I.
Okay, yeah, who's on, yeah, which, this is the business committee, this business, right? It's a mixture, right? I told her just the little section. You have made just the one that related to what we're doing. Okay. So,
Zaxby's talking
yeah,
about it.
Anna, Cole, Saxon's gone.
Herbert is gone. Okay.
Maculier's here.
Okay, so.
Herbert's there.
Saxton and Herbert is, Herbert's gone. So
Right.
if we eliminate Herbert and Paxton because he's not here.
Right.
Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
But I think we have more.
You have all Dems,
Dems.
right? Because that's not going to work. I mean, you have to pick up
3,
Patusik.
2, no. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 1, 2, 3. No, 6.
6. Okay. Okay. So this is the business subcommittee. And we have Ammon, Cole, Hunt, and Maculier, Gibbs,
And Spear,
and Spear.
you're there.
3 and 3.
You're on the second line.
You know, that's what happens when you're S. You're down on the second line.
Is that why I thought it was short.
Yeah, that was.
But so are we all.
You're on the first line.
Some of us. Okay, 1033, relative to advertising and nominal dimensions of lumber.
Carrie and I fought over this as to who was going to make the motion and who was going to second it. I'd like to make the motion. She's going to second it, but she gets to write up the blurb. Do we have a NFW designation we can put on this?
Not for, what is NFW?
Some
Not-
people don't get it.
Not for prime time?
No.
NFW.
NFW.
It's WTF.
At any rate, we'll go with an ITL.
You're lucky your mic wasn't on. Okay.
So we kind of made the decisions amongst ourselves. We fought it out.
Okay.
Just do it.
And
whatever you
so
wanna do.
just make your motion.
I
It better
So
be
make the
ITL.
motion.
I make the motion
It
to
better be
ITL
ITL.
this.
Okay.
And I second it.
Okay.
Your motion was ITL?
Yes.
Do you feel that we need a discussion?
No.
Okay.
I think we perfected that today, this morning.
You were?
Make a discussion? No, I'm going to save it all for my blurb.
Say something about this thing? So Representative, okay, so the motion is Representative Spears, second by Representative Maculier to
The
meet.
other way,
Okay.
Maculier and Spear.
Maculier, inexpedient legislate.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple words. Like, I appreciate the representative for filing this bill. And I understand, like, technically, the lumber isn't actually the measurement, but I don't see this bill going anywhere. So I'm on board with the motion. So.
Thank you.
He was foolish.
Okay. My mic will pick up what you say, so you gotta be careful. Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. All those in favor of ITL, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, but who's raising a hand that shouldn't be raising a hand over there?
Ammon, Cole, Hunt, Maculier, Gibbs, and Spear.
Okay. So 6 zip.
Yep.
Okay.
All
All right. HB 1117, relative to creating a committee to study the protection of business operators against requests to accommodate customers with fraudulent or untrained service animals. Do we really want to create a committee? Well, I mean, it's definitely needed. This is an unsolvable problem.
Yeah.
So, do we have a lawyer in the room?
There's probably a few.
Because
What's the question?
Well, my feeling is, and actually, you're probably the best person to answer this, Representative Gibbs. Okay, my feeling is that any business should be able to decide whether they're going to allow a dog or not. They should just be allowed. Now, I understand there is federal legislation regulated to, handicap, people have it. So if we were to say is if that hotel owner was going to bar a deaf person to bring a dog in, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. Okay, the issue is that when people show up with these service animals, if we were to say the New Hampshire statute is clear, that service animal is not a service dog, it's illegal, and if you want to pursue a case, you'll have to pursue it in federal court.
Unfortunately for that proposal, there is state legislation as well, so that's not going to work.
So what's in the state legislation? What's in the current state law that's not working?
Well, as you said, it's something of an unsolvable problem, but you cannot discriminate against people with disabilities. So if it's a genuine service dog and it's not allowed, and in fact, there's a separate statute that relates specifically to guide dogs, which apply to both deaf and blind people.
State law.
State law.
Okay.
So that's really not going to work.
Do we have a state law that says that service dogs are not considered?
Companion dogs.
Comfort dog.
Comfort
What is a
dogs or-
comfort dog, not a
Okay,
service
comfort dog.
Okay.
Comfort
we-
/ companion dog. Do we have a law saying that a hotel owner can refuse a companion dog? The law is
We
already on the
don't,
books.
we don't have anything specifically about that, but one could argue that a companion dog is not a service dog. If it's a service dog, it has to be allowed.
I understand service dog. Okay, I mean, I understand the deaf and I mean, in my mind, it was originally a blind, and it was deaf, and there's actually insulin, the dogs who can smell the diabetes. Okay, those are
And
the three I know of.
also epilepsy.
And epilepsy. Okay, so in terms of when people, if the hotel owner says no, I'm not going to rent the room to you
To a companion, because of the companion.
because it's a companion dog. My mic is on. So I'm not going to rent to you because your dog is just a companion dog.
But they do that all the time.
That's their decision. And they make that decision with the risk that they could get sued. And they say to the guest, you want to sue us? Go ahead. But I'm not going to rent to you.
As
period.
the law stands, they may be able to do that. I would not, put my hand down and swear to it. They may be able to do that. I would not be in favor of actually putting something in statute saying that they could do it. No.
To sue.
Sorry, what did
To
you say?
sue or not to sue? Yes. Yeah, come on.
I wouldn't be in favor of saying they could refuse. No. I think as it stands, they probably can refuse if it's a companion animal rather than a service animal.
Right.
And the same, by the way, under federal law. Federal law does not protect companion animals except in housing. In housing, the landlord cannot refuse a companion animal if the animal provides assistance based on psychiatric need. That is, it's not just a companion animal, it's a comfort animal
Right.
for psychiatric need. But that would not apply to public accommodations.
Like a PTSD dog. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that would not apply to public accommodations. So I think for public accommodations, they probably can refuse an animal that is not a service animal. Does that make sense? I would not, however, be in favor of actually putting that into statutory language. I think it's okay as it stands.
So tell us what you hope this committee is going to solve.
So I think what this bill did was create a study committee originally, correct? And we had
And we
encouraged.
generally don't like
I know you
study-
don't,
chapter
but
study
as you can
committees.
see, just in this 3 minutes, this is a very complicated issue. And it really has become an enormous problem for businesses. But to just back up a second. So technically, a business can refuse to have an animal come into the building. Where they run the risk is if it is a legitimate service animal, they then face fines, penalties, et cetera, from the ADA, right?
So that person, okay, so let me just stop right there. So they risk,
That's right.
they risk that.
Yes.
Okay, so that means that the person, the guest, has to drop a dime to
Correct.
to hurt your old apartment. Would you take those?
To my old department, or the Federal Department of Justice, which enforces the ADA.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
right. So if the hotel owner is calling that person's bluff and said, "Okay, fine, give them a call."
Right. Which happens from time to time. And as I shared with you the example when I testified, there was an incident, I think it was last summer, where somebody came to a restaurant, claimed it was a service animal, clearly was not a service animal, it was yippy and jumpy and all that stuff, which, as business owners, we can usually tell pretty much right away
Yeah.
whether or not they're a legitimate service animal or not. That person said, if you don't let me in, I'm calling the police. The business owner said, let me give you our phone. We'll help you call the police. The police
right.
came. They issued the citation. And there is in New Hampshire statute right now, I think it's $1,000, $1,200 penalty for misrepresenting a service animal.
Right.
Except that there's no teeth to it because it's unenforceable. Nobody will enforce it. It's a civil matter. So this is where we go down this whole rabbit hole of, well, how do we give it some teeth to where when it legitimately is not a service animal, that the business owner has some recourse or there is some penalty that would be paid by the misrepresenting party.
So you want, okay, so when that law enforcement officer showed up, you said he wrote or she wrote a citation.
I think technically they just filled out a report. I don't think they made any
They
determination
only made a
whatsoever. Right.
report.
Now,
Okay.
what becomes...
So at that moment, could the restaurateur say to the law enforcement, I think they have violated the statute, that they're trying to force this dog on me when I don't have to?
Which this business did. This business also had signs posted in the window. We do not allow anything but service animals.
Right.
But then was followed up with subsequently with, demand letters from this person's attorney saying, if you don't send us $30,000 within the next 90 days, we're going to take you to court. We're going to do this. We're going to. So now he has to engage an attorney. So now he has all these additional expenses. And at the end of the day,
It's the battle of attorneys.
yeah, those people, because we all knew from the start this was not a legitimate service animal. Of course, that whole claim went radio silent. But that doesn't absolve the poor business owner from having to go through that entire process.
But we didn't have to. He could have dropped the case just as much as the other person dropped the case, right?
Sure, but usually you don't know who that individual is, right? You just have an.
Well, I guess I was just looking at the real world.
No, I
And
hear you.
saying is that if someone showed up and I can see clearly this is not a service dog, and say no, I refuse to serve you, and the person said, well, I want to call the police, and say, well, fine, but at this point, would you please exit my establishment and go call the police, do whatever you want to do, and we'll take it from there. And then that person would, obviously walk down the street, not bother calling the police. But if they actually did, and the police showed up, then the restaurant owner could say, I could look at the other, if assuming that other person's still sitting there, and say, I will, if they don't drop this accusation, I will pursue this other counter case, which is that you're violating it. And then I would think at that point in time, the person say, okay, let's let it go and walk away. I guess I'm just worrying is because this is so unenforceable, because we have no vehicle to solve this in terms of law enforcement, it probably doesn't want to get involved in it in either way.
Nobody wants any part of this, to be
Exactly.
perfectly honest with you, and that's the challenge.
And so therefore, I mean, we can create a study committee, but I just don't know what's going to come out of this study committee.
And I think where the rub for the business owner is, so if they do all of the things you just suggest, right, which I think would be the logical progression you would follow.
Right.
At the end of that discussion, we still don't necessarily have a name, address, or anything identifying factors of this individual that we could then pursue a case with anyway.
Right. 'cause
Mr.
you're-
Chairman, can I
nor
help
do you
here?
want to pursue the case.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Okay, in the first place, there's nothing the police could do on either side of a claim like that. The
Correct.
police have no enforcement
It's not
authority.
criminal, Correct.
So calling the police would not do either side any good. In the second place, the claim for $30,000 was obviously not going to go anywhere. And as you say, it did not. So I think we could write all kinds of new legislation, and it would still come down to, is this a service animal or not? And unless you're actually, on site, or the person with the dog had some kind of paperwork, which mostly doesn't exist, it would be very difficult to decide. Now, the person denied could bring a claim to the Human Rights Commission or to the Federal Department of Justice under the ADA. But if it's not a service animal, that claim will not go anywhere. The thing of it is, there is no such thing, and I am a lawyer, as it happens, although I'm only licensed to practice in Massachusetts. There's no such thing as a self-enforcing law. You can't enforce it by saying, oh, no, you're wrong, pay the fine. You pretty much always have to go to some agency or to court. So if the person is lying, and there's a statute which says it's illegal to falsely claim that an animal is a service animal, then you can take that person to court under that statute. If the animal is a service animal, then the person who brought the animal can go either, as I said, to the Department of Justice or to the Human Rights Commission, or both. But that's how it would have to work.
Right.
And I don't think there's any additional legislation which is going to help it.
Representative McLeod.
Just a quick question. If a service dog is trained, don't they get some sort of a designation, a certificate? They don't?
They do not. And there is no licensing authority. There is no official papers that you have to be issued. There is nothing.
That would solve the problem.
It would, but it would be a federal issue.
But there would have to be an agency that was authorized to issue the paperwork either on a state or federal level, and there's nobody who's authorized.
Right. So ultimately, where the business owner ends up falling is, if you have a legitimate service animal and you are denied service, right, there is a recourse for that individual. But as the business owner, there is no recourse.
Well, if I can't say much for the restaurant, but most restaurants, they usually have your name and your phone number. When you make a reservation.
Small percentage of restaurants take reservations. Most of them, it's first come, first serve.
But a hotel would know. A hotel would
potentially,
know
yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, but I guess, what do you think could come out of this study committee?
I was leaving it to the really smart people in the room to come back and tell me what could come out of this.
We just had a good study.
And all I would say, at best I can give you an interim study and we can talk about this again some more. But at this point, I have no brilliant idea other than I would just say, you just stare someone down and say, okay, you really want to go to court over this?
And really, we were just trying to impress on the committee just how much of a problem this has really become for businesses.
And I would say I am very impressed that this is a real problem. Representative Hammond.
Thank you. I just, listening to your explanation of that scenario.
I'll add that I understand that it's a problem as well, but unfortunately, I don't have the solution to that problem. I wish I did, because it's a problem for people who have disabilities and who have genuine service animals, because it puts them in a situation of having to argue that it's really a service animal because other people have falsely claimed it.
Correct.
Okay.
And so
Speak loud and clear.
I wanted to throw out an idea, and I know this might be for later. But in the case where the person with the pet was going to sue and maybe it is fraudulent, could attorney's fees be granted to the establishment if they lose? That would be the idea I'm throwing out there.
Great idea.
The Florida law.
Yeah. Again, I think at this point, I did the research and sent that collection of information to you folks. So I don't know if there's any great ideas, workable ideas, but obviously something like that gives some teeth to it. But ultimately, it goes back to, is it enforceable, to Representative Hunt's point? And this is where we struggle, honestly.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the bill? So who's on your study committee?
No idea.
Do you want to pull it up? What do you mean you don't have any idea? You created it.
This wasn't our bill. This was brought forward independent of us. We're just here in support of it.
Who sponsored the bill?
It.
1 second,
Okay.
We're gonna pull it up. I should have it in front of me, but.
Stringham, that's right, yes.
It's President Strahan? No, he's not here. Okay, I mean. We're told not to do study committees.
You wanna see who's
I
on
want to
the
see
bill,
who they appoint. Is it a legislative study committee, or does it get everybody and his brother? Okay, 3 members of the House, 3 members of the Senate. Good luck for that showing up.
That's it.
So,
Should be attorney on there.
do you really want to do study committee, or you want to have hope that this Commerce Committee can come up with a solution come September?
I leave it in your capable hands, sir.
Okay, that means you trust that this committee will come up with some way to make the legal obligation.
Let's put it this way.
If we can pass that, it would need to go to judiciary if we did that.
The business community, particularly in the hospitality sector, would be appreciative of any support or help we can get.
Right.
Yeah.
So you would, so that the restaurant owner would be able to stare the person in the eye and say, by the way, if I have to pursue this case against you, and I win, I get we're going to get the legal fees. Are you really want to pursue this?
Right. So I will say that Department of Health Food Safety actually worked and generated a whole bunch of posters with language that was developed, I think, by the Department of Justice around this whole issue.
Right.
We've helped disseminate them. I know they've disseminated them to a bunch of licensees, et cetera. So again, I think agencies are getting pressure from industry to help them do something. So just recognizing that and how we move forward, I don't necessarily have a clear answer of
Okay.
what's
Great.
going to be successful.
So the department, you guys want to weigh in and say anything about this, or? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator for the food protection section within the Department of Health and Human Services. And just to echo what Mr. Summers said, has been a long ongoing issue at restaurants, grocery stores in particular. We receive hundreds of consumer complaints each year that we have to follow up, where patrons see what's a non-service dog in a food establishment. It is against our rules. However, it's very difficult to enforce. We go to follow up on the complaint. The service or the dog isn't there anymore. We can speak to the managers, but it doesn't mean that next time someone enters either a grocery store or a restaurant that the situation isn't going to be the same. It's definitely a lot of pressure, especially at the entrance of a store, for someone to confront a patron. They don't want to lose business. So it's easier just to look away and instead of denying that person access when it's not a true service animal. And certainly they do post signs. We've participated in disseminating signs that are available through the Secretary of State's website, but people can ignore those signs. And unfortunately, it seems like it's only becoming more and more common for this to happen.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I think we should interim study this bill, and we'll take it up in September when we can hopefully have figured out a brilliant solution for this problem.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, the promotion. I have a minor problem with line 18.
Right.
And-
Well, we're talking about interim studying the bill.
And it says library, it will be due to the state library on or before November 1st, 2024.
Right.
That will give whoever 3 months
Okay.
to get this done. And I don't believe doing justice in 3 months.
Okay. Are we all right with the interim study? Okay. Representative Cole, you want to make that motion? Or are you on this? Who's on this committee?
Yes, I'm on this committee. I'll make the motion to interim
Representative
study.
Cole, by Representative Hunt, moves to interim study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of interim study, raise your hand. 6. Okay. All right. Onward and upward. All right. 1395, relative to home heating oil and propane contracts. Now, I know we had 2 different propane bills. One, right. This one was the repricing, right? Okay, relative to home. Okay. And
one bad player,
yes, just one.
and that bad player is gone.
No, they're for sale. Did they ever sell the business? But is it selling? Hopefully, coming to happen. I mean, you think one of the good players is going to buy them out for us, or to solve this problem for us? So, should we just interim study and to keep an eye on what's happening with this? Okay. Yeah, Representative Spear.
According to the notes that I have, it was a real issue came up around the tank being underground, being able to get that tank out of there. So it's not workable the way it is anyway. So if we're going to do anything, we got to fix that.
Right. Well, having a underground buried tank is actually fairly unusual, and I say that because I'm one of those people who has several, and because most people just have above ground tanks, unless you're trying to heat your house with propane, and then you've got a serious one. And theoretically, you really have, when you do that, you're selling your soul to that propane. You've got to have hopefully done, know what you're getting into with that propane dealer. So, okay, interim study. People comfortable with that? All right.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Yeah, you want to second it? Gary? You want a second?
I'm sorry, yes, I will.
Okay, all those in favor of interim study? Okay. I did. Okay. 1430. Electric rates approved by the Public Utilities Commission for residential condominium property. So Nina and I had a nice conversation with the House Clerk about bills going to the right committee, and this clearly, this is somewhat inappropriate to come to this committee, but that we have become by default the condo committee, and I've reminded the House Clerk that that happened because of. We used to have bills seemingly every year that they were looking for a super lien, and which is a financial impact of condo owners are not paying their condo fees, and the condo association wants to place a lien. We did resolve that issue, and now they do have liens, but it's only up to 6 months of back payments. But having said that, this particular issue really should have gone to the science and technology. And the issue is that if you have common space, then that is a commercial rate. So, Representative Spear.
I'm making a face, I could tell. We received an amendment that was pretty nice and addressed a lot of what we were concerned about, that maybe we could look at it.
Well, I guess I did not read the amendment too clearly.
Well, when we discussed it, there was a problem with swimming pools and,
right.
and some
in
common
this
things.
particular case, it was
Right. So what they did was they took all that out.
Okay.
And the amendment is for septic tanks, sewerage, water supply, things that you cannot live in a house without.
Yeah, but that's not the problem.
But that's, if they take all that out, then maybe we could look at it.
So so they're saying there is something that they should be able to get at a consumer rate.
Yeah.
And what was left?
like I said, the things that make it a house, make it a home, sewerage and water supply, that kind of thing.
Right, because that's what the bill was all about, was the water
No, it was
supply.
also for common areas, swimming pools and
Well,
stuff like
it
that.
was more wide-reaching, but in particular, the problem that he was focused in on. Is he here? Is Mr. Swift here? Oh, sponsor. Okay, but that the issue that he was focused in on was their water supply. Okay, so I absolutely know in my town there are houses that have a shared water supply. And they absolutely pay the commercial rate for that. So this bill would not just stop at condos. It would be far-reaching of all across the state of any community or anybody, neighborhood that had a community well. And that is opening a huge can of worms. Am I correct? Yeah, no, you just need to talk to the mic because.
Zoe Manos, I'm the sponsor of the bill. I did, obviously, I can't draft an amendment because I'm not a member of the committee, but I did send around yesterday a suggestion that it be narrowed strictly to well pumps and water, which I think, I was here at the hearing before the committee when I introduced the bill, and I think that addresses a lot of what I at least heard as the committee's concerns. And I was not understanding your comment, Chair Rep,
so
about
it's not
how
the committee because the committee we have no clue about this issue. Okay, what we were explained by the department. Okay, and they are saying is that anybody who has a community water service. So let's take, not condos, let's just take home, residential. If there's 6 homes and they all share one well, that well is billed at the commercial rate.
May I respond?
Yes.
The bill is limited to condos. However, I heard the concern that perhaps it's in the wrong committee, and I would be happy to have it referred to Science, Energy, and Technology. And if that's the committee's will, I'm perfectly satisfied with that.
Okay. Unfortunately, you're way beyond that point, so you'll just have to reintroduce this bill next year and make sure that you phrase it to make it look like it should go to them. And I would say to you, what you want to do is don't limit the condos. You want to broaden it to anybody who has community water.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the department is here. There you are in the back. Did I say everything right? Anything else you want to add in? This is Roberts, right? You know why I remember your name, of course.
Think so. Thank you, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the Department of Energy. Again, the department does note its opposition to this bill. It as introduced, would present several likely unintended consequences. As we discussed during the public hearing, you are giving a certain subset of commercial entities the ability to choose what rate classification they fall under. That does not exist for any other entity in the state. Utilities make that determination based under their rate tariffs approved by the Public Utilities Commission. You know, in this specific instance, we have a specific condo association that is registered as a corporation on the Secretary of State's website that runs several pumps that it owns, and those are charged at a commercial rate because they are, in fact, a business or a commercial enterprise. Now, I understand the argument that they serve private residences and that type of thing. Unfortunately, the way that the condo association has its billing, and they can certainly take it up with the utility to change maybe the account under the name of the residence, but that condo association owns those pumps. And when the condo association is clearly a business enterprise registered with the Secretary of State, it is rightly charged commercial rates.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, ITL is probably the right answer. Okay, I'll make the motion. Representative Spear. Okay.
Yeah, ITL, so
Okay. All right. All those in favor of speaking to legislate, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. All right. Next up, 1491, prohibiting the repricing of heating fuel subsequent to a concluded sale. No, this can't be. No, this is all the propane guy just simply says, if you as a customer called up and said, look, I want to have you deliver. And the propane company says, fine, we'll deliver. And he says, I want to pay by credit card, and they're going to charge the credit card. Now, if the propane company, if you ask the propane, or in this particular case, the propane only delivered on Thursdays, okay, and he says, okay, well, we're going to deliver it, but I can't guarantee you a price, then if we pass this bill, then basically we're telling the propane dealer, don't take the order. Say, call me back on Thursday.
I thought it was if I order 100 gallons and I give you my credit card over the phone, it's that day that the pricing hits.
And you would deliver that day. You have to. He kept saying he wanted delivery at a different day. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's you got to if you want a price, you want a credit card order. This is 100 gallons, and you deliver it as soon as possible. I mean, nobody. I mean, I heard too many people say, "All right, I want you to deliver a week or 2 weeks from now." But in this particular case, the awkwardness of the situation was this propane dealer only delivered to his town once a week. So he's at the mercy of whatever that price will be on Thursday. Yeah. And that means I would say to them, I said, don't charge my credit card until Thursday.
Correct.
You have that priority, but
Then he can refuse delivery.
well, he wouldn't refuse delivery. He's going to say, I understand. I'm going to wait till Thursday, and I'm going to be. I just had this vision of someone, seeing a price, because I know on my way to the State House, there's one guy who has prices up on the.
Yeah.
And he say, well, great. Well, I want to get that gas, but I don't need it yet. I need it a week from now because I'm burning my gas. I won't be able to take it. And they say, no, that price is not good a week from now. The price is only good today. So. Right. So, ITL. Is anybody in the room have a problem with the ITL? No. Okay. Okay. All those in favor of reading speed to legislate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I did. And Spears seconded. Okay. All right. Now we have this right to repair stuff. 1071, relative to the right to repair certain educational technology. I'm trying to remember what was different about this one. Okay, Representative Spear.
This was kind of limited before they would do the original bill that we had dealt with things like washing machines and dryers and everything else.
That's what we had.
This is limited to things like computers and things like that. I know that the industry is moving in the direction of allowing things to be repaired.
Are they?
Even Apple is, they'll supply
No,
certain
not.
parts.
Apple's still a sealed box. You can't repair anything inside.
What was it?
Apple.
I think a lot of these companies are fighting.
No, Apple actually is doing some stuff where they're doing, because there are some laws,
Well, that's
especially
only
in Europe.
because
But the point of it is,
European governments forcing them to.
yeah, and whatever, and because these companies are worldwide, actually, right? We're not the only people involved in it. I still feel that this is a market-driven opportunity for companies and not something we should be legislating down at the state level.
I agree.
You know, so
ITL?
that's what I think.
ITL? Okay. Anybody else? Anybody want? Okay. Representative Spears, second by Representative Hunt, moves ITL. All those in favor, raise your hand. I assume you're going to raise your hand. Yeah. Right. All right. 6. Is it okay? 1243, revising the laws relative to the retail installment sales of a motor vehicle. What's this one about? I have no clue. And then we have a motor vehicle sticker price that when it wanted to say that it's got, no, that's the next one, 1275. Team proprietary information. Okay, so what's 1243?
You did it.
This is your bill.
Oh, it's my bill. Is this a banking bill? Okay, thank you. You want to come over and tell us what's in this bill? I will tell you, when I retire, I'll have sponsored more bills that became law, and I'll have no idea what I did. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the subcommittee. My name is Seth Zaraki. I'm the general counsel at the New Hampshire Banking Department. This is a bill revising the law on the retail installment sales of motor vehicles, which is this law is administered by the banking department. It will substantially revise RSA 361A in its entirety. Really, the main idea of this bill is to modernize that statute to bring it in line with our other statutes. It's a rewrite of the whole section. And we worked in collaboration with industry experts, including the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, in drafting this bill. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have on that.
Okay, we all set?
What does the bill actually do?
Yeah, so I think in general, I would characterize it in really 3 ways. So RSA 361A was first enacted over 60 years ago, and there have been piecemeal amendments to that statute over time. And we believe the statute would benefit from a broader reorganization at this time. These amendments will restructure RSA 361A so that it aligns with the other state laws that we administer that govern the licensing of consumer credit entities. That's the first one. Number 2, the banking department has observed a moderate increase in the number of consumer complaints relating to car dealerships in New Hampshire, including those that are engaged in the business of retail sellers and sales finance companies. There was a pretty big enforcement action brought by the New Hampshire Attorney General's office that concluded in December 2022. And this bill is designed to strengthen some protections for consumers who enter into retail installment contracts when purchasing motor vehicles in New Hampshire. And that will be done through, among other things, regular exams and enhanced prudential standards for retail sellers. So going forward, this would result in examinations of retail sellers on a regular exam cycle by the New Hampshire Banking Department. And like I said before, we worked on this rewrite in collaboration with the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association in doing that.
Sounds like an OTP.
Yeah, there you go. Representative McAleer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, John.
Sorry, yes, sorry. So I had in my notes that they would be submitting an addition to the bill for an amendment. Do we have that amendment?
Yes, we submitted that before the public hearing, the first one back roughly 2 months ago. And my understanding was that was with the, that went to the Office of Legislative Services. I don't see it on the website, but we did submit it.
So this is bill number 1240. Oh, I do have 1243. Okay. All right. Okay. Three, 4, 5, 6. All right, so what's in this amendment? Looks like it'd rewrite the whole thing. No, I guess not. Section 1 of the bill by replacing.
No. I'd be happy, I can speak to that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it does really 4 things. And again, we worked on this amendment in collaboration with the Auto Dealers Association. The first thing, it revises the effective date. The original bill had an effective date of July 1 of this year. This will push it to Jan 1 of 2025. We believe both the department and business would benefit from that 6 additional months to prepare for the new law. It modifies the definition of significant event in the statute. Under the bill, licensees must report what's called significant event. So if there's a significant regulatory action against that licensee by another state, for example, they would have to report it to the banking department. And this revises the definition of significant event in the statute. And we really wanted to strike the right balance between requiring licensees to report significant events, but not being overly burdensome on what they need to report. It modifies the section of the bill that pertains to the initial license term for licensees. And really this deals with the situation where a new license is approved toward the end of the year in November or December. This would not require a licensee that's approved in that 2-month period to renew the license almost immediately at the end of the year, because licenses that we administer expire at the end of the year. So this would give those new licenses an extra up to 2 months, and then at the beginning of when they're first approved by the department. And then the last thing is there are some technical and clarifying changes to the examination authority section. Again, this section in particular, we worked very closely with the Auto Dealers Association, and it was really just to provide clarifying revisions to that section so that there's a clear understanding of what's expected of licensees during the exam process.
Okay.
The amendment?
Okay.
OTP.
OTP on the amendment. Yep. OTP 8. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Not to pass as amended. And so motion made by McAleer. Seconded by me. It's fine. Okay. Everybody in favor ought to pass as amended. 1, 2, 3, 4. Representative McAleer, you're raising your hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Now, relative requiring notice to consumers of vehicles that require repair solely through a dealership and contain proprietary information. I mean, if anybody doesn't know that the computer's in the car with a new car, is not paying attention. Is that a buyer beware issue? I don't know. What do you think, Spear?
The only place I'm having problem with with the interpretation, I don't expect that anyone should be able to fix the computer itself.
Right.
But I do expect that they should be able to buy the computer.
Buy them
But
up.
actually, no, I
Well,
don't.
you don't
Something you
they'll
don't want to do
overcharge
that,
for that.
because there's a lot of setup that's involved.
Oh, yeah.
When I read my user's manual,
Right.
there's a lot of setup involved, and that's not for the amateur. You need a lot of equipment to do that.
I mean, yes, the nature of cars today is that they're incredibly proprietary. And yes, they want you to take it back to the service center. And my assumption is the reason why the manufacturers, how much money the dealer makes on selling the car is very little, And then over the years, it's shrunk and shrunk and shrunk, and is because the manufacturers is telling the dealers, you'll make it up in service.
But there's another real reason. There's another real reason. If those computers are not set up right with the right mixture of air and the right mixture of gasoline and everything else that it does, you could end up in a liability situation where somebody dies. And so I think that just, you know, and I've worked a lot on military automobiles, and those things are very tricky to set up. So I don't think that it's just something for an amateur to do.
But this,
Okay, yes.
this
Representative Patel.
bill, if you recall, wanted a label.
Just a sign.
affixed.
Yeah, sign
But the
on it.
label could be this long of what is not, right? Shall affix a label to the rear window of the vehicle that will require any repairs that can be only made at a dealership. So the list can be quite long. And then we talked about, what about, you know, motorcycles and other vehicles. So this was just that label, the bill, the way I understood it.
It's just a sign on the door.
No, on the
On the
vehicle.
car, right,
Yeah.
right. So, Representative Hammond.
I was having a hard time during the public hearing wrapping my head around like what constitutes a proprietary part, right? Like, is it a single nut somewhere that's you need a special wrench for, right? Like, how do you determine the thousands of parts that are on a vehicle, right? So unworkable to me.
Representative Burrows. Now we know where all the cups are going.
Yeah, I mean, if there is going to be a notice on the car and it talks about proprietary information, they might also want to note that when you have these computers, they get proprietary information from you about you and about the car.
Personal information.
They
yeah.
do. Because
They
I
know-
heard it on NPR today.
They know more about you. They know more about you than you know about yourself.
No, they said it is
Right.
it is an issue for some people.
Right.
Don't want that.
Didn't I see Progressive? Some of these insurance companies, they'll know how fast you're going. They'll know whether you're a speeder or not.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So, turn that GPS off on your phone. You're telling Google everything you know, where you shop, what time you shop, what are you shopping for.
You know that they do that now. You see it on your computer all the time.
I appreciate having them give me my every month. They tell me everywhere I've been and when I was there.
And would you like to buy a second thing of whatever that was you just bought?
Well, that's the company. I'm just talking about the Google Maps tracking me. So okay. ITL.
Yeah.
Okay. Spear and Hunt. All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? Are you for
I
it?
had my hand up, yeah.
Oh, okay. You didn't have- okay. I didn't keep my head swiveled around fast enough. Okay. Next on. Okay. Relative to requirements for sewage disposal systems information be disclosed during a real estate transaction. So this one was agreed upon, Bill, right? The department wants us to pass this, right? Okay. Is there any amendment for this? Are we good with the bill as it is? Okay, ought to pass.
We're done with this one already? We're going to pass this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Okay, this was dealing with an obscure situation about restaurants.
Oh, right. I remember.
Okay, who's first, who's on second?
I made the motion. Spear seconded.
That's what I get for not paying attention.
Okay, the one we've all been waiting for. House Bill 1320, relative to real property and flood risk disclosure. So I'm not excited about this bill at all. When I found out that everybody's house flooded this weekend. Everybody's house flooded. Now, do I have to report that?
Did you read the amendment?
I don't know. Do I have it?
It's amendment number 1122.
Okay. What does the amendment say?
The amendment said it is limited to national flood incidences and not to any man-made requirement, not to any man-made flooding, like some tenants do some really bad things to houses. That's eliminated, and has to be a designated national flood situation.
So was Hampton a national flood situation? Is Hampton flood? Sure, yes, go over, yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
I don't know, was it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't happen you don't.
Let me read the exact
The feds
words.
don't make a ruling for like a month or 2 months away.
Let me get you the exact words.
The bill only refers to
It's not-
notification when there's a transaction, when there's either a sale or someone is leasing the property. So there's no notice requirement after this weekend's flooding for anybody. Nobody has to provide any notice of that unless they are going to sell their home in the future
Or rent it.
or rent it.
So it's only going in the future. You think that's okay? So that means sometime when I want to sell that summer home I have in Hampton, that I have to tell them if I know there was a federal flood in my around my house.
There's two requirements. You need to let a prospective purchaser or renter know whether the home is in a flood zone or whether there was any flood damage that occurred from natural sources, and that's the change we made, from natural sources during the time that you owned the property. What we were trying to do, and Representative Spear, raised this issue, is trying to distinguish between a flood that occurs because the sump pump broke or somebody poured sand down the toilet that clogged up the septic system. That's not something that we're trying to address. We're trying to just address situations that are caused by natural events such as flooding from tides, river flooding, etc.
So this has actually happened. There are some people who bought a house that was naturally flooded. The flood was reported in the newspaper, and everybody knew there was a flood. And you're requiring the person who sells the house to disclose it. And if they don't disclose it, what happens? What happens to that person who said, gee, that was 10 years ago and I forgot all about it?
The same thing that happens if we would be adding this to the purchase and sales agreement. So the same thing would happen if they fail to disclose information on a purchase and sale agreement.
Which is?
I'm not. I don't know.
Okay. Well, someone who's been around for all those statutes.
But what we've done is we've added it to the purchase and sale agreement, similarly to the requirement to disclose lead, arsenic, and radon.
Correct. And that is based on the person who actually had done those tests. Okay. How would I know? This is a summer home. I don't know what happens to my summer home when I'm not there.
Well, if it got flooded, you would.
No. What I'm saying is the flooding is so minor, and this bill says I need to report it because there was a federal notice. Everybody knew about it. Excuse me. Everybody seemingly knew about it, except the person who's buying it seems to be ignorant that they live in a place like this.
Well, I want to back up for a second. You asked me, has this actually happened? And what I shared with you is some input I received from a constituent of mine who lives in an area that floods routinely, and in the note, he talks about there were at least 4 people in his neighborhood who bought homes in 16, 18, 19, 20, and 21 who were never informed that there was any that they were in a flood zone or they had any flooding until they went to get a mortgage. And at that point, for a lot of purchasers, it's too late, because when they find out that all of a sudden they're in a flood zone and they have to purchase flood insurance, and now all of a sudden they've got a budget for an additional $5,000-$10,000 extra in flood insurance, so that screws up the whole economics of their home purchase. So
you're
what we're
telling
trying
me
to
these
do is,
people paid cash for their house, then went to the bank to get a mortgage, and the bank said, "Oh, by the way, did you know you're in a floodplain?"
if they paid cash and never got a mortgage, they'd never know about it.
Exactly. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to help out those people who bought a house, who made that decision. Because anybody who did finance, because most of the sales I see, it's always pending financing. Okay, so you're now just saying, "Oh, well, so now we're going to put a statute in there for those people who don't have that due diligence that even the bank could do that they couldn't do before they bought it." And we're going to put in this statute about, by the way, Hampton floods.
I think this had to do with realtors as well, right?
Yes.
On the realtor.
Rather than, as much as I'd like to think I'm an expert on this, I'm not. I did actually there are a couple people that have joined me today that are much better at this than I am and have much more
Okay,
experience
that's
with them.
fine.
So
You
if
can
I
bring
could have
them
them
on up.
come up, that would
Okay.
be great.
Sure.
Okay.
In the meantime, Representative Purcelli has a comment.
I'm very sensitive to this because I also represent the Seacoast.
Okay.
So and thank you for bringing this forward, right? We have, obviously we have issues with, but it's not only flooding, it's also drainage issues. So I spoke to 5 different realtors on the Seacoast because I wanted to get their perspective. What do they tell? What do they know? How are they informing their prospective buyers? And every one of them, without, I didn't give them that much information. Every one of them referred to me to the property disclosure forms that they must fill out. And it's very clearly stated in
The current form.
disclosure. Yes, the current disclosure forms. What's on the gray area is drainage, which is probably, if you're trying to inform potential buyers that there may be water issues, flooding is not the only issue that would cause problems with their home and water issues. So I do not live in a federally designated, a flood zone, but every house on my street has a sump pump because we have drainage issues. And I think that's also something, if you're trying to cover the prospective buyer, that needs to be addressed. But I'm not sure what it is that we're trying to add to or what process we're trying to improve. And maybe
Okay.
your
You've
experts
got
could-
your experts doing,
Why
you
don't you
will
both come up
better
here? And I'll-
advise
I'll-
us
I'll-
on this?
I'll
Or you-
let them introduce themselves.
Okay.
And I will distribute the amendment that
Sure, that's great.
Representative Grassi and I drafted.
Okay.
Chairman Hunt,
Yes,
we
Representative.
were given a sample
Right.
from there's nothing in there about floods. And they said their attitude is buyer beware.
The realtor. The realtor.
The realtor.
Okay, so can you answer this question? Is this or not in the standard realtor form that I know that I've seen because I wrote half the statutes in it on these disclosure things, and so what is in there? What page is that on? That disclosure piece? Or can you read it to or what the number? Yeah, so what
Property disclosure form,
property
and
disclosure?
it's under general information 9F. Is this property located in a federally designated flood hazard zone?
You
Yes,
have that on
no,
your form
unknown.
there?
And then there's another,
Your form is only 2 pages long.
and then there's
That was the
another,
sale form that I showed you. That has nothing on it.
and then there's another one on the purchase and sales agreement that says 15, number 15, due diligence. This agreement is contingent upon buyer's satisfactory review of the following. Sub comment G, availability and cost of flood insurance. So
Okay.
there's
That doesn't mean anything.
something
All right.
on the form.
Okay, so quickly to just reinforce what you stated specifically on the disclosure form, there
Yeah,
are
just
3
first,
options.
Can you state your names and? What makes you come here?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Do you have any professional standards?
I'm so
uh,
very
title?
excited to
Yes.
be here.
So your names and what do you do?
So my name is Mark Kondo Demitraki. I'm a licensed professional engineer, a licensed professional surveyor. I've also been designated as what's called a certified flood surveyor through the National Society of Professional Surveyors.
Okay.
And I work specifically in the industry of flood, the National Flood Insurance Program, etc.
Great.
So the, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Bart McDonough. I'm the planning director for the town of Newmarket, New Hampshire. And just for disclosure, I represent my views, not the town's.
Okay.
So just to reinforce what Representative said, there are 3 options on the Realtor disclosure: yes, no, or unknown. And the vast majority of time, the unknown designation is selected. Brief anecdote just to answer your specific question about someone doing their due diligence. A single mother cashes in her 401k, looks to invest in a home to upgrade herself and her children, finds a beautiful spot after engaging a realtor next to a gorgeous gurgling brook. The realtor helps her through the disclosure process, in which the seller states unknown for flood. The buyer, for whatever reason, wanted to do additional due diligence, went to her trusted insurance agent. The trusted insurance agent looked up on a website through their insurance software as to whether this property was in a designated flood zone or not, and they came back with a certificate that specifically said it wasn't. So now 2 people have reinforced the fact that it was not, and it turns out that they were in error, specifically because they said unknown, and then specifically because the geocoding for this property was incorrect. This person, again, cashed in her 401k, did her due diligence, made the largest investment of her life to upgrade for her children as a single mother. And then the nightmare began, because it turns out then she was in a designated flood zone. When she went to refinance, it was found out that she wasn't able to afford
She
the
refinanced, so she did get financing.
well, when she went to get financing, she found
so
out
she
that
did pay in cash
it was
for
incorrect. She would have had to pay the flood insurance, which then she wouldn't have been able to afford that payment. As a result, she could not leverage her investment to pursue other economic opportunities, and had significant trouble. Now, when she tried to take action against said realtor and said other agency, sorry, no luck. It was your own fault. You were supposed to do the due diligence. Had that realtor simply looked at a map and done their job, and they would have clearly seen that this property was in a designated flood zone. Another brief anecdote. Again, a working family, purchased a home. The property was in a designated flood zone, but it had been removed via a process called a letter of map amendment before they purchased the property. They engaged, again, the seller had engaged a realtor who, again, said unknown in the sale and marketing of the property. It was designated as not in the flood zone because of this letter of map amendment. Now, they purchased through a governmental entity. This loan was then transferred to a servicer, who then hired a vendor who made an error and imposed flood insurance. The customer was then not able to make their payments, thus ruining their credit, and they are now in foreclosure as a result, trying to fight against this specific option. This law would specifically protect both of these people, as well as the commercial landlord and investor that is doing their due diligence, but perhaps running into incorrect information. Maybe perhaps an online vendor that is providing work based on a geocoded address that is not pinning or being located in the correct area. As a professional, I literally deal with these stories 3 to 4 times a week, and they are heartbreaking to listen to. And the simple remedy would be to, as the realtor is marketing the property as they normally would, to simply remove the unknown and have them specifically look at as to whether or not that property is located in that mapped flood zone or not. And then if there is an event, then you as the homeowner would simply disclose whether you are aware, as it says in the text, as to whether you are aware or not, and that you would simply answer truthfully. And if you are not there when that event happens and you weren't aware of it happening, you would be able to answer truthfully that you weren't aware of that event firsthand and that you didn't know.
Representative McLeod.
It's very easy to access these government flood zone maps. Very easy, but you're telling me that they're often wrong?
So the maps themselves are not incorrect. Now, we have to look at this from 30,000 feet. Okay, a flood insurance rate map is printed and produced by FEMA, and it is adopted by the community. And what that flood insurance rate map shows is it shows approximate risks. It will show areas that are included in a special flood hazard area that are susceptible to a 1% storm discharge. It will show areas that are not included as well. So it's binary, right? In or out. But you have to look at it in the sense that it is showing you risk. And if you are in a close proximity to that area, certainly it is something that you might want to look into more, pursue, hire a professional to get more information. All of the mapping is available for free on the FEMA website, and you can download every single flood insurance rate map in the entire country and every territory for free and view and consume it. Where the errors arise is when you're doing a geocoded database search. So for instance, if you've ever used a GPS and you've put an address, sometimes that address you've plugged into that GPS will get you in the exact spot you want to go. Sometimes it will get you very close, and sometimes it will take you over the hill to grandma's, nowhere near where you want to be.
The numbering was the opposite. I've seen that, where the address 1 is on the south end of the road, not the north end of the road.
And so this occurs quite frequently when you're doing a geocoded search. And if you are looking to check the status of a property that's in a flood zone and you have an error in that geocoded search where you're at the north end of the road as opposed to the south end of the road, that could make a significant difference, obviously, in the biggest investment you may want to make in your entire life.
So when I look in here and it says civil action, so you're saying this would resolve the problem. It doesn't resolve the problem because the person still has to sue. Are they suing the realtor or are they suing the seller of the property?
So let's say you're a buyer, you're an investor.
Let's go to your story. Let's stick to your one-woman story.
That's what I'm
Okay,
getting at.
stick
I'm
to
going
her
to
story.
answer your question.
Okay.
So you engage a realtor and you want to know all of the due diligence. The realtor is going to do the due diligence for you. So the realtor engages a third party to prepare this flood report for you.
Is this a seller realtor or a buyer realtor?
It could be either.
Well, that's
could
what
be
I'm
either.
saying. Who's the one that's liable?
In this case, and I'm getting to that. In this case, let's say it's the seller's realtor. So the seller's realtor engages a third party and they provide a report, and that report is not correct. It is not accurate.
Okay.
So the liability based on the way this bill is written would rest solely on the vendor that realtor relied on. It would not rest on the shoulders of the realtor. Whereas if this language wasn't in there, it is very, very possible that liability would rest solely on the shoulders of the realtor. And that's not what we want, obviously. If you are a professionally licensed realtor and you are relying on third-party information and you feel that information that you've paid for comes from a credible source, certainly there should be liability on that third party that is issuing that information and guaranteeing it. And that's what this language resolves.
And if there's no third party?
If there's no third party and someone made an error, then obviously they're liable for it. Sure.
No,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
The person checked off unknown.
The unknown would go away with this bill.
No, I'm saying if the person checked unknown under the current form, there's that unknown. How does that solve this? If that person said, if they checked unknown, if there was no third party analysis, that your story, which is what I originally visioned, is because we saw a lot of people just paying cash and then financing afterwards. So this person bought the house, paid cash, the realtor got his commission, the sale occurred, and then when they go to finance, the bank said, oh, by the way, you're in a flood zone. At that point, if all they have is this form that she's got here that says unknown, she's dumb out of luck, right?
In this specific case, that buyer did go back to the realtor that she engaged and said, hey, what the heck? And the realtor said, I didn't know, not my fault.
Okay, so that means this bill would not have solved her problem.
No, this bill would solve her problem
How
because
so?
it
Who-
would have
who would she
removed,
sue? Who
because
would she sue?
the bill removes the unknown checkbox. So you only have a yes or a no. And then in that case, what the realtor would have done is they would have had to actually do some due diligence that they were hired for as a buyer's agent to provide that knowledge and information to the buyer.
So yes or no? Okay, they checked off no. Okay, and now is it this woman, who is she going to sue? Is she going to sue the realtor, or is she going to sue the person who sold it, who she has to prove lied when they said no?
So in this specific case, if the realtor prepared that information and looked at it, then the realtor would be liable. If the realtor relied on a third party that prepared incorrect and inaccurate information, it would be that third party
So
that is liable.
We're assuming that the realtor offering up this purchase and sale agreement that has the check no, they're liable if that no is wrong.
Only if they didn't rely on a third party.
Only if they didn't rely.
Correct.
Okay. If they relied on a third party, they're going to go sue that third party.
Correct. And
So
this
they
this
didn't
would-
rely on a third party. They relied on the person saying, no, there's never been any flooding problem. Okay. Now the realtor is the one that's liable for offering up this document, and so that this court can then get civil, you then are now suing, she has to sue the realtor.
Of course, I mean, misrepresentation of property by a realtor is a pretty significant issue.
I just don't hear a lot of those cases.
Well, there are significant. There are significant
Okay,
cases where
you're
realtors
telling-
will
and-
misrepresent
and-
property.
And that is in that case that the realtor is guilty simply because that you have to then demonstrate evidence. You don't have to demonstrate the evidence. The realtor knew. You have to demonstrate the evidence that the owner, the seller, did know. Right? You have to prove that the seller did know, because the answer with the no was checked. So now to go to a court, you have to then prove that somebody did know that it had a flooding problem.
That's correct. You would have to prove that somebody did know that the property was in a designated flood zone, and typically that would fall.
Not
on
even in a flood zone. You just had to know there was flooding, right? Wasn't this is all about flood zone?
Well, so the disclosure would be about whether the property is located in a mapped special flood hazard area. So FEMA prints flood maps for each community, and those flood maps are publicly available, and it will show whether or not a structure or property is located in that special flood hazard area. It's simple to procure the map, to view it, to look where the property is, and if the realtor designates it incorrectly, they would certainly be liable for that unless they relied on that third party, who would then be liable for that.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. When you refer to a third party, is that third party the company that the realtor hired to do the GPS search, or is that third party the actual seller, or could it be either one?
It could be either one. It could also be, let's say the seller had financed through a lender, and the lender issued an incorrect determination. And the seller, by no fault of their own, disclosed that they were not in a mapped flood zone. And the documentation that they received from their bank showed that they were not in a mapped flood zone, but they were. Then that, again, the responsible party for that would be the preparer of that third party information.
The bank?
No, it wouldn't be the bank. It would be whoever the preparer of that third party information is.
So
whether it's-
probably we're back to the seller.
no, not the seller. Again,
Well, but who are we talking about?
so
The realtor. They're
the-
suing the realtor.
no, it wouldn't necessarily be the realtor.
So
So
who would it be?
it would be disclosed on whatever that report or document is. So if you purchase a piece of property and you get a professional report on your septic system,
Professional report from whom?
well, if you get something on your septic system, you're
From
going to get
whom?
What-
Okay,
let me-
wait, let's start back. Let's take a step back a second. This whole thing about the third party person is sort of a red herring because that is really a plausible denial. That's a deniability that makes the realtor not liable. At the end of the day, if I understand this correctly, is this intention of this bill is the realtor is responsible. You're taking away unknown. You're deleting the unknown, which I guess I have to read that in here. You're deleting the unknown, and now the question is yes or no. Okay? Yes, there was flooding, or no, excuse me, yes, it's within the flood zone, or no, it's not in the flood zone. That's a truth, simple, black and white.
okay.
Either it's in the flood zone or not in the flood zone, and that the third party is just the defense for the realtor if the realtor said no, and it turns out it was yes, but he said yes only because he got bad advice. He got bad from a third party.
But follow-up
At the end
question,
of the day,
Mr.
it's
Chairman.
the realtor who's liable for this yes/no question.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Going back to who is liable, suppose that the seller genuinely doesn't know, and the seller is the only third party.
If the seller was
So-
the seller of the property.
That's right. The person who sells the property. There's no other professional report. So the realtor relied on the seller, and because it's not only, I took a look at the language in the amendment, and the language is not only is it in a flood zone, but was there flood damage during the time that the seller owned the property? So suppose the seller had rented out the property or lent it to someone, or for whatever reason the seller was away when the damage occurred. And the damage was minor enough that the seller comes back and, it just looks like ordinary wear and tear or something like that. So the seller genuinely doesn't know, but the damage occurred while the seller owned the property. In that case, who is liable?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but in my reading of the bill, no one would be, because that seller would be answering truthfully as it states in the language.
That he or she did not know that there
correct.
had been flood damage.
I mean, if they are answering truthfully, then they wouldn't be held to any liability for that.
Okay, and when you refer to professional reports, can you give us an idea of who prepares these professional reports?
Sure. There's all kinds of outfits out there that prepare them, from engineers and surveyors to appraisers and realtors. There's an entire industry of companies that prepare flood zone determinations for lenders and homeowners and real estate professionals. I know that there are multiple real estate professionals, specifically on the Seacoast, that when they actually do list a property, will engage a third party to have that flood report attached to their listing. And you'll see a lot of times, and this is certainly with sophisticated realtors, on the listing it'll say no flood insurance required or flood insurance required. And on the disclosure, it will show a report from a third party stating whether or not it is or is not in or close. Maybe there's a risk analysis along with that. And there are a multitude of companies that provide this information.
And suppose you're an ordinary person who doesn't know anything about the existence of these companies. Could you then be liable because you should have known?
They're working with their realtor. The realtor should be telling them this.
Correct, because typically it's the realtor that is going to procure that third party. So for instance, if there's a boundary issue with a property and a realtor suspects that perhaps there's a boundary issue because the two neighbors have been arguing, the realtor will help to have that homeowner engage a land surveyor to potentially resolve that situation. The realtor will help facilitate a lot of this stuff. Does that mean the realtor then is going to be liable for that boundary issue? No, absolutely not. Certainly, if there was an error in doing that survey, it would be the surveyor's accountability in that sense, and it would apply simply to a report or disclosure for a realtor that again either refers or relies on a third party to prepare that information and prepare that disclosure.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Here's my question. An analogous, somewhat analogous situation. Let's say that there's lead paint and a child's going to move into a house. How is that typically handled? Who'd be responsible if a family moved in, didn't know that there was lead paint there?
I know I believe it's a federal law that if a building is built prior to 1973, you have to disclose that there could be lead in that property. As far as liability beyond that, I'm not equipped to speak to that.
There's a separate lead disclosure form, but most people, when they're filling out the disclosure form, most sellers will say, I'm not aware of anything like that, and they have to sign that. But, it's sort of fudge. But just a quick question. If I'm the seller's realtor and the seller doesn't really know anything about that, but says no on this question because there is no unknown, and I, as a realtor, go to the HEMA map, get a map where it clearly shows that this property is not in the flood zone. To me, that's they've done their due diligence, and they shouldn't be liable if if a 500-year flood comes around. Would that be correct?
That would absolutely be correct, and that's clearly spelled out in this bill, I believe.
Okay.
If I could just, one of the things, when you talk about lead, right now in New Hampshire statute, there's only 3 requirements that need to be disclosed on a purchase and sale agreement. One is lead, one is arsenic, and one is radon. And what we would be doing with this bill is we'd add flooding to the same, it puts it in the same RSA.
So I'm going to go Representative Porcelli and then Representative Spear. That's right.
Well, I believe me, I'm very sensitive to this issue, but you're saying that you want a very specific map. You want a specific FEMA map, signed and dated. So I think
There
it
is a
might.
map.
Yes, I understand that, but for, attached to your purchase and sale, what you're saying is that you want the FEMA map, not a third party. It's disappointing that the insurance company had incorrect information. So I think what I'm struggling with here is where is the specific requirement for what map and detailing exactly when they looked at the map and maybe have that attached to the purchase and sale. Otherwise, this is so subjective. I looked here and it said no. Somebody else looked here, it said yes. And I think that gets very confusing, and I don't want people suing each other because that will not resolve the problem. So if you're saying I want a specific government-issued map that is online, we need dated and attached to the purchase and sale, and it's up to the realtor to do that, that's a different story. But not every home is sold by a realtor. So I want to make sure that we're solving this issue in the best possible way so that there are no subsequent lawsuits.
I agree with you completely, and I believe this bill does that. It does not specifically state you have to have a specific flood map. It says you have to disclose. It says you have to disclose whether you are located in or outside of a mapped special flood hazard area. Well, it's not necessarily the data of the mapping that's the problem. Certainly, its geocoded location is a problem. On an online site, correct? Because it's a geocoded error. It's pulling from a different. That's right. It's pulling from a different database. What exactly? What are you supposed to do? Would you make a real estate investment based on something you know now is incorrect? Wouldn't you want a licensed regulated professional to help guide you through the process to make sure you're getting the
Yes, and
utmost
that's
due
why I'm
diligence.
hiring a realtor for 6% of the selling price.
And would you want
And
that?
now I have to have another engineer try to figure this out. It's very confusing.
But then would you want that realtor to check unknown? Certainly you would want a definitive answer.
Yes, because then I would be able to pursue it further. So if they check yes, no, or unknown, it's still, you're subject to the data that is available.
Sure, but again, it's not the FEMA data that is incorrect. It is the geocoded data you would be using.
How am I supposed to
So
solve
I want to go to a different direction with this bill. Okay. So at the end of the day, we have, let alone the he say, she say, or who's responsible, going on and on. The question, and we were just discussing it here, is that when someone signs that purchase sale agreement, they're signing it based upon all the information that is on there. The question would be is, could we add a box at the bottom where the person signs and says that they have done the homework to find out whether it's in the flood zone or not? In other words, put the responsibility on the buyer to make sure they got the right study. You got the right thing. We don't, instead of, in that way, we're not creating court, I mean, anything that creates litigation is messy in my mind, okay? That if we put it on the responsibility of the buyer, that they had done the proper search, they have got the right information. If they got misinformation from somebody, then they can sue that person for the misinformation because that they thought they got it. But that rather than getting realtor and seller and getting all that confusion in there, let's just put an onus on the buyer that they tell us whether they have done the due diligence on when the flood zone or not. And okay, now this is just a concept that I'm putting out now. Obviously, we're not going to solve this problem today. This bill is not going to get solved today. We can certainly be taking this up in subcommittee again next Tuesday. Okay, but we're just throwing out some other, other ways to do it to simplify this bill because, I mean, first of all, this whole thing with the tenant thing, in my mind, you got to take that out. I mean, landlord tenant, that's a whole nother nightmare that we certainly don't want to get involved in this bill. I think we want to keep it simple. This is about a real estate transaction and whether the responsibility for some of us is buyer beware, but the other is saying is that to expect to get good information out of a seller or the realtor of the seller or the third-party consultant of the seller just makes it like a nightmare. So, Representative Spear.
Thank you. I bought my house 20 years ago, not that long ago. I received no notification about radon. I certainly never received anything like this. I got nothing.
What state were you?
Here, it was just right in Nashville.
When you bought the property?
Yeah. Oh, what, did I live? I came out of New York.
Okay. So,
New York does a very different thing than what we do here.
So you never saw one of these?
Never saw one of these, never knew anything about radon. The only way I found out about radon is a neighbor came to me and said, did your real estate agent tell you about radon? And I said, I don't even know what that is. And then I found out, and we've had the radon thing installed.
So you've
in the
never
basement.
seen this agreement?
Never have seen it before.
Okay.
So now I can understand buyer beware. I understand that notion, but I resent the fact that they're not responsible to tell us anything. And I don't feel good about that at all. I'm an engineer, so I knew that there were things that I had to take care of, and I knew I had certain responsibilities, but not everybody does know that. And I think it behooves us to make these real estate agents take some level of responsibility for giving us some level of information. Because I never saw anything like this before.
Well, obviously you had a private sale. Did you sign a purchase sale agreement? You know what the purchase sale agreement is versus the deed?
No.
Okay. Representative McAleer.
As a real estate agent, this bill is much simpler than people are making it out to be. That's number one. Number two, it's the seller who initiates the disclosure. Now, the buyer has to accept that, but all the seller has to do, in my mind, in conjunction with their selling broker, is find out whether the place is in a flood zone. Now, if the buyer wants to go out and hire a third party, that's fine. But if I'm the seller's agent, I'm going to tell the seller, we're going to look at the FEMA flood map, and there it says is that you're not in a flood zone. You've done it all. If it says you are in a flood zone, you're going to have to disclose it. Simple as that. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. And I think that sellers need to be pushed more into being a little bit more honest. I read too many of these disclosures. I don't know if we've ever had any problem there. They're just, and they get away with it. So this
Representatives, legislators speak first.
Thank you. The bill says more than that. It doesn't say just is it in a flood zone, which might be at least relatively easy to find out. It also says, has there been any flood damage? And that's where I think you run into the problems that I mentioned before.
Right. Well, the
If
amendment,
damage
the amendment
occurred,
took some of that out. The amendment took some of that out of the amendment that we have in front of us.
it didn't look like that, but I could be wrong. If the amendment took some of that out, that would be better. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, you have to turn the mic on.
There we go. It's on. So I think this goes beyond just the sale, the transaction too. We'll say right when what this bill would do also would bring people to the town, because town has additional regulations for floodplain management. So this would be an opportunity to have that dialogue with said seller or buyer, say what you can and cannot do with your property after you buy it. So that's more information. That's more opportunity to gather information, the buyer. Because
What, educate them about all the zoning ordinances in the community?
especially in the floodplain,
Well, yeah,
because
right.
not all the ordinances, but specifically related to, we would tell them about that obviously, but the floodplain. I can tell in Newmarket, there's only specific areas in town where you can build in the floodplain, and other areas it's prohibited. You can't expand. So again, we're giving more information to people who are making a huge investment. So then that's the opportunity to have that dialogue. So this bill would do this.
I don't see that, but okay. This bill gives people a false sense of impression. You just made it. What you kept saying is this person made a mistake. This people screwed up. These people had the wrong address. This happened. This happened. Okay. If you did that, then everyone who buys this think that they're all set. They think they're all protected. They don't have a flood problem because that person checked off the box that they were wrong.
What's wrong with that?
No,
Representative McAleer, he summarized it best. I mean, it's not that complicated. What we're talking about is having a seller share information about their property
that
with
may
the
or may
buyer.
not be correct.
And that's the seller's responsibility to make
that's
sure
the
it's
whole
correct.
Problem. You didn't solve anything. You just told us all the time that these people had the wrong address or the wrong GPS location. That the company
So
it's
who-
okay. They
who-
could just sue that other company.
So
You haven't solved
who's in a
anything.
better situation to resolve that
The best
issue?
situation
The
is-
seller or the buyer? The seller who knows the property and where the property is located, or the buyer who doesn't know that information?
I'm saying the buyer has an obligation to due diligence.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm also saying that the seller has an obligation to share all the information they have about the property to the buyer before they complete that transaction.
We went through this when you noticed in that list, was anybody ever died or anybody had AIDS in that house? I mean, we went through this same whole debate. And you go back and read those paragraphs and see what we did, okay? At the end of the day, we all know that you're not going to go and tell the full story. You're not going to tell everybody, the dirty little details of what happened in that house. You're trying to sell it.
But you don't want to sell a problem.
But that's why you're selling it. So why don't you just say, I'm just going to discount this price $100,000 because I know full well that you're going to flood out tomorrow.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm going to pose this to the chair. So in the scenario with this single woman who was given false information and it blew up her whole investment, do you think that she was solely responsible for that when she got false information? And that nobody should be liable here? That she screwed up?
Did she get the false information?
No, did she,
from the,
should she be holding the bag because somebody else screwed up?
I think that if you're buying a house in Hampton, and if you don't know to check whether that property is in a floodplain, or that what is the history of that property, then I do think you're being irresponsible.
Okay, but I just follow up. I have a scenario. I have friends who bought a property along a river, and they were stupid. Okay, they didn't. I mean, I'm being totally honest. They were stupid. They did not find out that the freaking house was gonna float away at some
Right on the
point.
Saco River and the
Yeah,
river
so
just
the
took it
fact
out.
that they were dumb, should they be hold up the whole bag, or did the realtor have some, and the seller have some responsibility to tell these dumb people?
Killing me.
And there's a lot of other places.
You can't tell somebody
like-
they're dumb.
They're not
I would.
listening. They're away for the winter.
I'd like to call the question. and if
Excuse
it's a
me,
fo-
there's one
All right.
comment that I have to make. I came from out of state to move here. I didn't even know there was such a thing as radon. I never would have looked for it. If you're coming from, I don't know, New Mexico, you might not think about flooding. You just don't know. And I don't consider myself
Okay.
on the dumb list, but maybe I am.
and
But I didn't
I'm
know
sorry.
the law.
If I bought a house anywhere along the coast, okay, any town along the
It's
coast.
not just on the coast. Flooding, I looked
I'm
at the
just
FEMA
saying,
map. It's
if
not
you're
just on
buying
the
a house
coast.
along the coast, you have to consider flooding.
You're not an
That's
average
true.
buyer. You're
Represent-
smarter
Okay.
than the average buyer.
But if you look at the FEMA map, it's not just the coast.
I don't disagree that anybody that's buying a home in Hampton should ask the question because you're close to the marsh. But what about the person that buys a home in Claremont or Newmarket? I mean, they're far away from the ocean. They get affected by
Oh, they're
this.
right on the Connecticut River, and the house could float down the river.
Mr. Chairman, would you believe 71% of the planet is covered in water?
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take this up on Tuesday. We'll reschedule this bill for Tuesday, and that gives everybody the whole weekend to think about how do we do this bill right. But I can tell you right out of the block, the landlord tenant thing is if you insist on trying to keep that in this bill, then there's no way in the world I can find a compromise for you. That just opens more can of worms. That's a whole different set of issues. And I'm sorry, we can't. The purchase sale agreement has nothing to do with landlord tenant. It's a totally different agreement.
And we've excluded we've separated that. I mean, the amendment, the original bill, the bill that was originally filed.
I thought I
was,
saw it in the amendment.
The bill that was filed
gave my
originally was drafted incorrectly. It lumped the renters and purchasers together. In the first amendment I shared with you and this amendment that you have now, we've separated that. And all that we're asking is that a flood disclosure be included in the lease agreement.
Okay, so am I looking at the correct amendment?
1122. 11228.
Why do I see things in here that says tenant?
Because we still think that disclosing the same information about flood risk to a tenant is appropriate.
I'm just saying I can't.
Okay.
That's a non-starter for me.
I respect that, but I would also say that it's important because there have been situations where tenants have entered into a lease, they've gone to bed and it's rained overnight and they've woken up and the parking lot's flooded and their car's underwater.
Yep, or the house has mold in it.
Okay. All right.
So just a question for you. And by the way, thank you everybody for your time and attention to this. I really appreciate it. And the good spirited discussion. The meeting on Tuesday, is that an executive session or would that be just a continuation?
subcommittee.
Another
We
continuation
don't
of subcommittee?
go. I don't know if you remember. We don't go to when we go to executive committee. The subcommittee has already determined what we're going to do with this bill.
Okay, but on Tuesday, you're going to exec it?
We're going to subcommittee.
Subcommittee,
And we would exec it on Wednesday.
Okay. Would you like us to come back on Tuesday or would you prefer?
Oh, you're absolutely invited to do it.
Great. What time is that?
And I would tell you, if you come back with an amendment that says that it's a box, if you don't like the three different questions, okay, which is already in statute, right? If you want to come back with it at the end of the sign where the person signs and they checked off a box that they have done due diligence to find out whether there's flooding and whether they've checked the federal flood zone and that they're confident that they got a good report. Okay, if you come in with anything, but and if you come in with tenant, I mean, I'm just trying to keep it simple, get to the point that you want to make, and whose responsibility. At the end of the day, no one should be buying a property that's going to flood. Nobody should be buying that, and if they are buying it, I sure hope they got a good discount to lift the house up and put it on stilts, which is what I get to see in my summer community, that every house that sells down in Misquamicut, Rhode Island, is now built with stilts.
Right.
So,
Just to really quickly address that, technically everyone is in a flood zone. It just has to do with your risk. And if you were to drive down through Allstead in 2005, you would see houses on the side of a mountain that were literally washed away by flooding that weren't in designated
that's
flood
not a good
zones.
example because that was a man-made cause.
It wasn't.
That was a
it wasn't-
culvert that got
no,
clogged and
No, it wasn't. It was a natural. It was a
Allstead?
It was a super discharge. There was a higher than normal amount of rain discharge, and it created flooding like people had never seen. And there were literally houses
that's a
that
different
looked
flood,
like
Allstead flood than I know. The one I know of where
so
someone died
there were two-
was because of a culvert.
There were two floods.
Culvert was
one in
clogged.
2005 and one in 2007.
Okay.
Both of them occurred in Allstead.
Right.
Buildings that were affected were literally on the sides of mountains.
Okay.
And
All right, we're all set.
Could I just say one last thing?
Yes.
To Representative Porcelli's point, I mean, about drainage, I get it. I mean, that is an issue. And I don't think it's an issue we want to try to address in this specific bill. I think that's another issue. So I didn't want to dismiss it as not important. I just think it's a little bit different than flood risk.
But you might want to think about that at some point.
That might
and
be-
to your
when-
point,
when
then
Rep-
why don't we just
Right,
say
we're all
yes
set.
to
We're all set. We got to go.
When Representative Hunt
We're
agrees
really
to
behind
support this
schedule
bill,
now.
we'll add that as the
I'm
next.
supposed to go down to finance and salvage marijuana, so
Thank you.
We got to keep going here.
Oh, let's keep it here.
Okay. All right. 1498, establishing a short-term rental registry. At this point, we had two short-term bills. Neither the realtors nor municipal association wants me to go anywhere near trying to solve this problem at this point this year. So we either ITL it or interim study it. But the next two we cannot at this point. There's too much going on, too much litigation going on right now, and they just don't want us to try to solve it.
I make a
Representative
motion that we ITL both these bills.
Okay, we'll take one at a time.
All
Okay, 1498 ITL, Representative Macular, seconded by Representative Hunt. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1635, Representative Macular, second by Representative Hunt, moves ITL. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Repealing the requirement to register farmers market at a trade name. Is anybody here representing this bill? ITL, perfect. Okay. Representative Patusic's not on this. Okay, Representative, who would like to make the I'll just make the motion. Okay. Representative Hunt moves 1090. TL. Okay. Representative Spears seconds my motion of anything being to legislate. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1159, relative to toilet facilities provided by restaurants and other food establishments. What was the story with this bill?
Don't we have a public works effort that, a building
We
code
already
effort
passed
that's
a
going
bill.
on?
Didn't we already pass a bill on this subject matter?
We delayed one because of the building codes.
Right.
And so they established some building codes, so why are we dealing with this again?
Remember that. That is correct. I think this is an
Just-
ITL.
ITL.
I
Okay.
thought it was interim study. says same as 1173.
Yeah, this
Yeah, we
bill
already-
is
we already-
similar to a Senate bill.
The bill that we already passed. That was the
Yeah.
bill we passed last, so it should be on to the Senate.
That's right.
You don't, yeah, so, okay, so we can just ITL this one?
Yep.
Okay? Unless we want an interim study in case the Senate kills that one?
It, this is
So
the
Mike, do you know anything about that building code for restaurants, the inside, how many bathrooms? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay, great. ITL, Representative Hunt. Second by Representative Spear.
Okay.
Okay, ITL, all those in favor, raise your hand. 6, okay. Last but not least, relative to food service at bed and breakfast. Now I know why you're still here, Mike. Okay. Chris, did you get a printout for us? Chris? Okay, so this is another issue which I spoke to the department and begged them to fix this problem so that we can not have to deal with this bill. But so hopefully this solves the issue. I'm not sure Representative Leishman will be happy, but right. Okay, perfect. All right, so you look on two sides. She's bold-faced, what you need to know, because this turns out to be a 14-page rules, not 5-page. Okay, so at D, you can see now that how we have the definition, who's a bed and breakfast. And then over
you can lick your
on,
finger. I don't care.
and then BB is what a snack is now allowed. So we took out, if you remember me before, that we had the discussion, the rule was going to be, no more than 6 times a month, but now we're getting focused in on exactly what is it that there is allowed to be made. So,
Wasn't there a
I have
discussion
some
about
notes
a home?
that
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
have
go
some
ahead.
notes that say that that where meals are to take out snacks and the definitions of what is appropriate would be left to rules.
Correct. Right. So, do you want to come in and explain to her how this works? So, because we see snack, is there, I think the key word that I noticed when I looked at this was reheating commercially made food. So that means if you want to serve Stouffer's, that would
So-
be okay.
Sure. Hi, I'm Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services. I just wanted to share that the department was made aware of Representative Leishman's concern on outreach to the department before, I guess it was last session on this issue. And so we preemptively had our rules open. So when you see that that very long rule, this is only a portion of that. So what we changed in the rule to accommodate on behalf of his constituent, who is an owner of a bed and breakfast, was to expand the definition of bed and breakfast to allow the service of a snack for late arriving guests who may come late to the bed and breakfast and they miss the breakfast piece. Also adding a definition of snack in the rule. So that's clear. So that's what we did in the rules. And the rules passed GELCAR on February 16th.
Okay, so you want to answer my question? Reheating commercially made food.
Right. So
Does
I'm
that
not.
mean I can reheat a Stouffer's meal because they took it out of the freezer and microwaved it? Can that be permitted?
Yes, that means that it's not prepared at the bed and breakfast. It's in definition of something that just needs to be reheated and not prepared there or cooked in the bed and breakfast facility. That's my understanding.
Okay. So,
Idea.
no. Oh, yeah, the bill. Yeah, the ITL. Yes, yeah, right. No, no, right. Okay.
Would that affect, and thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today.
Sure.
would this apply, it says bed and breakfast, would that apply to an Airbnb type or
No.
BBI? No, okay.
No, so under 143A9, that's our rulemaking for bed and breakfast. There's a specific licensure for that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Cole?
Was there discussion between a home kitchen versus a commercial kitchen about this bill too?
So we in the conversation, what we're talking about is how a bed and breakfast, if they wanted to have meals, they would then have to be required to put in a commercial kitchen. So if they're not, if in this case, this particular person that, you know, he was going on how great her kitchen is, but it didn't, it failed in septic and in sinks, I think.
Yes, right.
Didn't have enough sinks and didn't have the right septic. And so therefore, you know, that they would have to spend 20 grand to upgrade their septic system and upgrade to be able to be a restaurant. Or
So
have a restaurant quality, commercial quality kitchen.
If the definitions have been squared away in rules,
Yes,
we don't really need this anymore.
that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so Representative Spear, second by Representative Hunt, moves in expedient to legislate. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who's on? I know, so
I'm not on it.
why not?
Because it's Ammon, Cole, Baxton, Hunt,
Lori.
Leclerc,
Oh,
Spear,
Spear
and
and
Gibbs.
Gibbs. Oh, I see. Why was I thinking that you were voting
Yeah.
before? Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Great. So in the upshot, we only had one bill that we found unresolvable.
We had only one bill all day that they vote, all day. Can we bring it back up now they're not here? That was, are we allowed to do that?